And they're off in the Monday opener. Jason Liam, there's Jayla the favorite. These two out for the lead. The gray mare, Ida Denile, is laying third. Along the inside comes East Harbor. She drops into the rail in fourth. To the outside goes Happy Time, and the trailer is Turn Up the Music. Jayla, a short lead. She has Ida Denial to the inside and Jason Liam outside. Four wide for Happy Time. She's 3.5 from the front. Then we come back to East Harbor, and the trailers Turn Up the Music through a 25-1 opening quarter. Jayla calls the shots. She's 3 parts of a length to the good of Jason Liam, who moves up along the outside in second. The gray filly along the inside is Ida Denial. A four wide attack coming from Happy Time. It's a gap of 4 to East Harbor, who's just inside. Turn Up the Music. 49-4 to the half as they make their way to the far turn at Finger Lakes. Jayla lets it out a notch. She opens up a 2.5 length lead. Happy Time has moved into second. Jason Liam back to third as Ida Denial backpedals, about to be passed by Turn Up the Music. East Harbor trails. Jayla leads. Jayla and Emmanuel Di Diego have been in front from the start through a 1:14 and 2 3/4 time. It's all Jayla. She spins off the turn and into the stretch with a commanding 3.5 length lead. Happy Time trying to gun her down here, and from the back, Turn Up the Music trying to pick up some pieces late. Maybe she'll get into second, but they're coming to the 16th pole, and it's all Jayla. Jayla going to finally get out of the maiden ranks today. She won it by a half dozen. Happy Time held second over Turn Up the Music. Jason Liam rounds out the super. Race number 2 comes up next. First pick 3 of the day kicks off in race 2. If you'll turn to race number 4, we have some scratches for you. They're in the gate. And they're off. Breaking just a step slowly there was Sweet Sensation. For the lead is Magnificent Mag. She shows first. Along the insides, both Dare to Be Great and Our Girl Faith. Now rushing up is Sweet Sensation after the early mix. You spun 4 wide into that first turn is Quiet Horizon, who tries to tuck in. Shay on a Mission did just that. She's along the rail, about 5 lengths from the lead. And the leader is Magnificent Mag. She has a length. On Our Girl Faith, who's second. Stacked 3 deep. There's Dare to Be Great. 4 wide, Sweet Sensation through a 24-3 opening quarter. It's 2.5 lengths back to the duo of Quiet Horizon, who's just outside of Shay on a Mission. They make their way up the Finger Lakes backstretch, led by the gray mare, Magnificent Mags. She is a link to the good of Our Girl Faith. Dare to Be Great alongside. In fourth, 3 lengths from the lead is Sweet Sensation. 4 more back to Shay on a Mission and Quiet Horizon. 49-1 for the half as the field makes their way to the far turn. Magnificent Mag still holds the lead. Now, Dare to Be Great moves up alongside as Our Girl Faith is third along the rail. Fourth, Sweet Sensation, trying to get motivated from there. Then we come back to Quiet Horizon and Shay on a Mission. Magnificent Mags through 3/4 and 1:14-3 is still there. She's held Dare to Be Great at bay thus far. Our Girl Faith wire off the turn in third along the inside. Here comes Quiet Horizon. Magnificent Mags has been there from the start. Rafael Rohina imploring her for another 1/8 of a mile. Down the center, here comes Our Girl Faith. Dare to Be Great's there as well, too. Deep stretch. Magnificent Mags trying to hold. Dare to Be Great. Looking for room is Quiet Horizon. Magnificent Mags Dare to Be Great. Got her. Dare to Be Great. Got it. And they're off. There goes, he's got the Jack to the lead. On the outside, McDonough is in pursuit in second. Then we come back. They're 3-ply across the track from the rail out. It's 30 Oysters connect the Brox. And the favorite, Been Good to Know Ya. Captain of My Heart trails. He's about 8 lengths from the lead. Freewheeling on the lead is He's Got the Jack. He's Got the Jack steps away to a 3-length lead through an opening quarter and a sharp 22-4. McDonough gives chase in second. Now, up into third has Been Good to Know Ya. Fourth is Connect the Brox. Dropping back 2 lengths is Captain of My Heart. 30 Oysters trails the field. He's Got the Jack Motors around the far turn with both McDonough and Been Good to Know Ya in hot pursuit, second and third. Then we come back to connect the Brox off the turn and into the stretch through a 46 and one half, trying to hold on to the lead as he's got the jack. McDonough with dead aim down the center comes Been Good to Know Ya. He's got the jacks almost home. McDonough and Been Good to Know Ya get closer. He's got the jack still there. He's got the jack. Flag fall to that's all by a length. Race 4 comes up next. It starts today's 50-cent pick 5. Here in the 4th, scratch the 2 Unbridled Drain, the 5 Sweet Tooth Sue, and the 7. And they're off. From between, there's Ruler of the Night showing first. Moulin Rouge to her outside in second. Now moving up along the inside is PJ's Rider. 4th, about a length and a half from the front, that's Tracy's Girl. Stacked 4 deep is Sweet DeSantis, and along the rail, it's Princess Sonia. They're just 3 lengths separated front to back as PJ's Rider rushes up with some room at the rail to grab the lead away from Ruler of the Night. It's PJ's Rider, 3 parts of a length. Ruler of the Night and Manuel de Diego trying to keep up in second through a 22 and 4 opening quarter. Princess Sonia's moved up a few spots. She's in third, now splits rivals and goes after the leader. Back and forth is Moulin Rouge. To her outside is Sweet DeSantis. 4 more back to Tracy's Girl. Princess Sonia made the lead midway on the turn and takes them off the turn and into the stretch with a commanding 3-length lead through a 46 and 4 half. Princess Sonia, Luis Perez tried to blow it open on the turn, and he may have done just that. It's Princess Sonia by 4. Ruler of the Night, late rallies from Sweet DeSantis and Moulin Rouge, but they're all going to be too late as Princess Sonia goes past the 16th pole and under the wire with a 4-length win. Then it was Ruler of the Night, Sweet DeSantis, Moulin Rouge, Super. 1496, $2.18, 50-cent pick 3, 221, $9.85. The 50-cent pick 4, 5221, 15 and a quarter. And they're off from the outside. There's Sweet Shallots now rushing up as Amazing Dottie. Following her is Wabunsi. So these two now have a length and a half on Sweet Shallots, who broke a little but has been taken back. Along the insides, Flattery's Music, and splitting fillies and mares is Holiday Jazz. Up the backstretch, it's the favorite Amazing Dottie. She has 2 lengths now on Wabunsi, who's trying to keep up in second. Along the rail is Flattery's Music. A length more back to Holiday Jazz, and the trailer after the good start is Sweet Shallots, 23 flat. The opening quarter as Amazing Dottie starts to scamper away. Amazing Dottie 2.5 lengths to the good of Flattery's Music, who just moved past Wabunsi into second. Holiday Jazz trying to get going from 4th. And still last is Sweet Shallots. The field makes their way around the far turn. 46 for the half. Amazing Dottie's all alone on the front end, off the turn and into the stretch with a commanding half a dozen length lead. It's all Amazing Dottie here, and she starts to run up the score as she comes past the 16th pole. It's all Amazing Dottie. She's going to win it by as far as she wants. Moving into second was Wabunsi, who re-rallied, but it was all Amazing Dottie. Then Wabunsi comes up next, kicks off the final pick 3 of the day. Scratch the 3, Puff's Magic Dragon. And the 9, Sharp Playboy. Scratch the 3 and 9. And a rider change for the 7 went there in the gate. And they're off. Breaking a bit slowly there was the firster, Father Tim. The other firster, Coin Jar, right to the lead. Coin Jar's in front. To the outside, there's Golden Scarlet. Along the rail is More Valor, who's showing speed today. Rushing between is Jake's Orchard. Checking there with dashing speed. And Anthony Rodriguez put on the brakes. Pentangeli moves up outside of him. Then the duo of Sharpoon and Don Antonio. To the outside is Alfgar, and at the back is Father Tim, Coin Jar. Golden Scarlet on the attack through a quick 22 and 1 opening quarter. In the meantime, Pentangeli poised to pounce from third. Moving up there is Sharpoon. Far outside, Alfgar trying to get involved. Along the inside is Jake's Orchard. Don Antonio's there as well. Off the turn and into the stretch. Coin Jar trying to see it through. 46 flat. Golden Scarlet's been at him the whole way. Down the center, Pentangeli. Coin Jar past the 8th pole, still a length in front. Pentangeli trying to come down the center. It's down to Coin Jar and Pentangeli. Coin Jar's almost home. Pentangeli a final run at him, but Coin Jar's going to hold Pentangeli to win his debut by 2. Then it was Pentangeli, Golden 50-cent try, 4 8 10, 134.75, and the 10-cent super, 4 8 10 5, $65.90. Race 7 comes up next. And they're off From between fillies, there goes Miss Wobbles to the lead. It's Miss Wobbles, 3 parts of a length over Who Asked You in second. To the outside, Dale Avenue now moves up past Who Asked You. Back and forth is Grand Lady Indy. The favorite, Matoli's Legacy, is fifth. She's about 7 lengths from the lead, and it's another 4 or 5 back to Mays Loved Laffy, who trails. Miss Wobbles leads. Miss Wobbles, quick first quarter, 22-1, tracked intently by Dale Avenue, who ratchets up the pressure in second. Grand Lady Indy just moved into third. Along the inside is Matoli's Legacy, who's moved up a spot past Who Asked You, long way back. Mays Love Laffy trails. Dale Avenue, the new leader. It's Dale Avenue. She's about to face a fresh challenge from Grand Lady Indy on the far outside. Dale Avenue trying to hold off Grand Lady Indy through a half and 46 flat. It's Dale Avenue and Michael DeVille Jr. He's going to work now. Grand Lady Indy took a big run at her. Matoli's Legacy down the center has to do better from there. Coming past the 8th pole, it's all Dale Avenue. 16th pole, Dale Avenue by 3. Dale Avenue by 3 over Grand Lady Indy. Matoli's Legacy 30. PP's available at fingerlakesgaming.com for tomorrow's card after 6:30 tonight. Again, tomorrow and Wednesday. First post 11:15. And they're off. Vroom Vroom tries to show some speed today, but there's the first La Dama Dorada, who flashes hers and immediately opens up 3 parts of a length, now a length, trying to keep pace along the inside as this speedy little Maze in second. Between fillies and mares is Crystal, who now moves into second along with Scherzer. Stacked 4 deep is Vroom Vroom, the favorite. Then we come back to Little Maze, who's off the pace today. The 2 trailers are Ukrainian Princess and My Little One. 23 seconds for the opening quarter, and it's La Dama Dorada. La Dama Dorada, 3 parts of a length. Crystal trying to chase her down in second. Outside to the favorite Vroom Vroom, who just went past Scherzer. Little Maze is under a drive. Then Ukrainian Princess and My Little One. La Dama Dorada and Rafael Rohina Jr. have a length and a half as they come off the turn and into the stretch through a 47 3/2. La Dama Dorada has built a 2-length lead. Trying to gun her down is Crystal. No impact at all from Vroom Vroom. Not today for Vroom Vroom. La Dama Dorada is trying to make her debut a winning one, and La Dama Dorada is home free. La Dama Dorada by 2. Crystal second over Little Maze, and Vroom Vroom settles. Ladies and gentlemen, to honor America, please stand for our national anthem. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm your track announcer, the Big A, Anthony Stabile. Thanks for joining us early on this Tuesday. First post today and tomorrow at 11:15 a.m. due to the heat. 8 race card today. Track is labeled fast. We have a pick 6 carryover of $3,137 that starts in race number 3. Here are today's scratches and changes. In the first, early pick 4 and the early double start in race number 1. A rider change for the 3, Delta Ridge, to Kevin Navarro. Kevin Navarro rides the 3 in race 1, and scratch the 4, Kaz Palace. Race 1, scratch the 4, Kaz Palace. Race number 2 kicks off the first pick 3 of the day. There are no changes in the second. Race 3 starts that $1 pick 6 with a carryover of $3,137 and change. Please note, in race 3, there'll be no show, try, or superfecta wagering. No show, try, or super due to the scratch of the number 2, Sandy's Garden. Scratch the 2, Sandy's Garden, in race 3, the start of today's pick 6. In the fourth, start of the pick 5, scratch the 2, Sassy Tallahassee, and the 4, Kitty Tintin. Scratch the 2 and 4. Overweight for the 5, Majestic Laura Ann, 1 pound over. In the fifth, start of the late pick 4. An additional workout for the 6, Bustin' Time. June 13th, 4 furlongs here at Finger Lakes. In 49-1 breezing, that additional work for the 6, Bustin' Time in race 5, the start of the late pick 4. Race 6 kicks off the final pick 3 of the day. Scratch the 6, the last ace, and the 7, Macho Maya. Race 6, scratch the 6 and 7. Late double kicks off in race 7. Scratch the 5, Newsley, and the 8, Amore Fire. Scratch the 5 and 8 from race 7. And in race 8, the finale, take out the 1A, Tasty Wave, and the 2, Bad Connection. Scratch the 1A and 2. Additional work for the 3, Let's MAGA. June 13th here at Finger Lakes, 4 furlongs and 49-1 breezing. Additional work for the 10, La Cafeteria. June 13th, 4 furlongs and 49 flat breezing. Those additional works, and scratch the 1A and 2 from race number 8. Fast Track. Special first post of 11:15 a.m. Coming up next, an abbreviated edition of Takes from the Lakes with my main man, Dave Mattice.
Well, welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Should say good morning. Had to get up a little bit earlier today as we got a much earlier post time of 11:15. We're expecting some high temperatures both today and tomorrow, so we adjusted our post times. We're going to rush the races along to help out as we can avoid some of that high heat later in the day. Expected to be maybe in the upper 90s if the rain holds off. Better go get my short sleeves on. Gotta talk about some things that are upcoming. I mean, we just drew yesterday for our 3-year-old stakes races. That'll take place on Monday. Got both the Ontario County Stakes and the Niagara Stakes. It's for 3-year-old New York bred, both the fillies and the boys. Should be some good races, although you're going to have a heavy favorite, a heavy favorite in the Niagara Stakes. It'll feature the return of Sweet Brown Sugar. How good was she? And She's a Stone Cold Fox Stakes. We saw her last year. She's won a couple in a row, including a New York bred stakes because the Eastview Stakes in New York. So she's on a roll right now, and she looks like the horse to beat in the Niagara Stakes. And then you have the Ontario County Stakes. I think Mike Maker's got a good one in there. It's a good race. Got two co-features, kind of a preview for the New York Derby later in the season. Also want to mention, not too far away, it seems like it snuck up on us, 4th of July is right around the corner. I mean, you're talking a little over 2 weeks away, and we are going to have a special day. We're going to move the Wednesday card to Thursday so we could run on the 4th of July. And we're going to give away, we're going to give away t-shirts. The day is going to be dedicated to the great New York bred Funny Side, who won both the Kentucky Derby and the Preakness. It's going to be a Funny Side tribute, and we're going to have Funny Side t-shirts giveaway that day. So you want to be out for that. We have commemorative Funny Side photos. We got the whole 4th of July thing going on. We got the chicken barbecue, free Finger Lakes programs. We got the Handicap at 101 seminars. You want to be out here for the 4th of July, dedicated to the memory of the great Funny Side. I think they're going to do a meet and greet. I think Jose Santos might be here. Very popular jockey back in the day. Okay, looking back at yesterday, well, maybe we'll see if the trend continues. Front Speed did very well on yesterday's card. I mean, you wanted to be on or near the lead. See if that continues today. I do want to congratulate everybody that won some money in our handicapping contest yesterday. I hope you were playing for Front Speed. First race, scratch the 4, Kaz Palace. We're going to start off with an allowance race, a one-state bred condition. And speaking of speed, I think it was a big scratch. There's a couple races today where the scratches are significant for the pace of these races, and this is one of them. Kaz Palace figured to be the other speed. Now, with that one scratched, I didn't even like the horse on top before. Shanty Shack really is the one who benefits. I mean, this one, speed is the name of the game, stretching out, got a sprint in him, now he'll stretch out to the route and looks to have a tactical edge on this field because of the scratch of Kaz Palace. And Shanty Shack's good anyway, but he's real good when he's able to get out there alone, and it looks like he's got a good chance to do so. It is only his second start of the year. Sometimes some of these horses need a route, but he's the one to catch in here, and I'm going to take him on top with a tactical edge. And I didn't have him on top originally. There's a few races like that today because of the scratches changed my opinion. ASAP Restoration, I got to think it's a better distance today, and yeah, I mean that was just a sprint tightener, and actually ASAP Restoration ran pretty well, considering it was 5.5 furlongs, was a big price, and still managed to hit the board in a sprint. That to me, like Shanty Shack, stretch out to the route, makes him a player here. Would have liked his chances a little better before the scratch, but with a better distance, strong player, especially if Shanty Shack doesn't have it on the front end. Had to throw somebody in for third. I actually had Jacoba for third. That one scratched late. So I'm going to go with Kingdom on Pause. Kingdom on Pause Of course, only a two-time winners, a couple of two-time winners in here. For this condition, one of the things you want to look for, unless they're really sharp, you want to have at least 3 wins, 4 wins. Kingdom on Pause, though, with a couple wins, but like Delta Ridge, a couple wins, and Interstate more of an underneath type anyway. Maybe the other threat could be this one. Kind of unproven in the route on the dirt, but does attract Heber Cove for this race, and I'm going to, just from the rail position, maybe not necessarily to win, but can beat the rest of them. Because after you get past the speed of Shanty Shack, which should be alone out there, ASAP Reservation, who should have the numbers, it should run well. Kingdom on Pause looks the next best. Dirt is a question a little bit for that one, though. Second race, 5,000 claimer, split condition, non-winners of a race since a date or never won for lifetime. Now, it's a competitive race. I wouldn't take a short price on anybody in here. You know, Red Fortress is coming off a layoff. Benchwalk's coming off a solid effort last time. That one just missed at the wire. Don Bernardo expected to improve. Oliver with a twist throws in a good one from time to time. And Macedo is also the same way. Little bit of a class edge for Kodiak Brown. I mean, he's basically a 5,000 claimer that jumps up to the starters because he's eligible. Then goes back to the 5,000 claimer. But he's a little better than 5,000 claimers, and maybe not as good as the starters. I guess we'll say like somewhere in between is Kodiak Brown. With that said, he's in a 5,000 claimer. This is the right condition for Kodiak Brown, actually dropping in class, trying a really tough starter sprint last time, maybe just to get a race in him more than anything. Hopefully he got something out of it if you're backing him. But there's no way he's going to beat Not Away, Live It Up, Valuable Will, those horses in that race in a sprint. Routes more Kodiak Brown. So I mean, he is okay in sprints, but not against those horses. Sometimes you get that in the starters. You get some really tough groups that just because they ran for 5 at some point. But Kodiak Brown, logical horse. I think more of a horse that's going to be up close with a stalking trip and could get first run in a couple of the closers. I'll go on top. Benchwalk. Hard to fault Benchwalk for the last race. I mean, this horse ran well. Ran third. And was blocked a little bit. Not sure if he would have won. But he ran well. You know, Reiner was probably the best horse in there. It was one of those races, they actually went relatively slow up front. And he did have some traffic problems in the late stages. Ran a good second the time before in a sprint. He's usually right there, a little bit inconsistent, but from the rail position, Jackie Davis aboard, this horse should be right there. The 3-horse Red Fortress, tricky read because I don't like horses coming off the laugh going long. It's just, at Finger Lakes, it just doesn't happen a lot. But if it's gonna happen, it's gonna be with a good trainer. And that's what you get with Michael S. Ferraro. Still may need a race, but Red Fortress, you know, he tried 2 sprints to a route last year. Today he's going right at the route. Maybe that's a positive sign that they're going to put him right in the route that he's fit for this race. Work it okay? Yeah, why not? Red Fortress, throw him in for third. But I would like to see a tightener before sending him long. If you're going to back that one. Certainly good enough to beat that field. Okay, third race is an optional claiming allowance race. 10,000 is the optional claiming price. The condition is never won 2 state bred. And again, a significant scratch with the 2, Sandy's Garden. And I didn't even like this horse originally. I mean, it's hard not to like her. She's on a roll. She's won 3 in a row. She's not only good. It's, you know, they always say that in life and sports. It's not just it's great to be good, but you also got to be lucky. And I think Bustin' Roxy has gotten lucky with the draw, with the races that she's been in, with the lack of pace that she's been up against. It looked like today was not going to happen for Bustin' Roxy with the presence of Sandy's Garden, who can be pretty quick if they want to be aggressive. I mean, Sandy's Garden was better than these horses, but she scratched. With her scratching, you got to think Bustin' Roxy is quicker than she's dancing and can get the front. And again, This is a tougher field than what she's faced the first 3 races of the season, where she's won 3 in a row. But again, she's got a tactical edge, which she's had 3 in a row. She'll get 4 in a row. What if this horse goes on to be undefeated with like 10 races just because she's been low in speed? She's good, don't get me wrong, but she's also been pretty lucky as far as not hooking horses with other speed. Well, if speed's as good as it was yesterday, they're going to have a tough time catching Bustin' Roxy. Although I always say the toughest move through the condition is going from the 1 state bred to the 2 state bred. For whatever reason, you seem to get the tougher groups at tougher fields. And they may run her down, but she's got a tactical edge, and I'm going to take her on top because of the scratch. There's no way I was not picking Sandy's Garden there, though. I might not even have picked Bustin' Roxy for second if Sandy's Garden didn't scratch, but now I like her on top. Wait, don't tell me. She had a great 3-year-old season, and just didn't do as well when she went to Tampa last year. But you look at the season that she had last year, winning the Niagara Stakes. That was a big effort for her. I mean, she was. They knew it too. She was bet down against a pretty strong group in the Niagara Stakes. So, and then she went up against Little Miss Sunshine, who's a top 3-year-old filly. That horse, I believe, is still undefeated. Came back out of that race and won a couple in a row. She ran into Missing Fortune her last start of the year. She's good. And another one I might have considered if she had a race and Sandy's Garden wasn't in the race. Now, I don't know if I'd like her on top because of the lack of pace in here and how good the speed was yesterday that I had to throw in for second. But she's a talented young horse, and now starting her 4-year-old season, she could be tough. She's Dancing will be the closest one to Bustin' Roxy early. Maybe she tries to be aggressive and stays up close. I don't think anybody's as fast as Bustin' Roxy early, but she might be the one that can follow the leader and try to chase her down. She'll be the closest one to her in the early stages. But with that scratch of Sandy's Garden, I might make it tougher. I guess I gave 3 picks in a 4-horse race, but I guess I did. But we'll go with the 5-3 in race number 3. That starts the pick 6. Remember, there's over $3,000. I guess it's still a small carryover, but it's building up. It's $3,000 in that pick 6 pool. They said for the only ticket, it's pretty good. Because you'll get some new money in there. 4th race, 5,000 claimer, never won 2 condition, going 6 furlongs. Scratch the 2, Sassy Tallahassee, scratch the 4, Kitty Tintin. Like race number 3, there's not a lot of pace in here. Not a lot of pace at all. These are 5,000 claimers, but I'm going to lean towards the outside horse. I mean, sometimes you got to be careful with when there's a lack of pace and you're taking an outside horse because you think that she's a speed. Sometimes somebody can be aggressive inside of her. It's not always so easy to clear from out there. But I think she might just inherit, and that's a good thing to do when it's a 6 furlong race as opposed to 5 and 5.5 when the horses are being aggressive out of the gate. When you got more natural speed than some of the other horses, you can ease out there, plus be able to relax a little bit at 6 furlongs. So I think Journey of 5, yeah, I mean, the scratches help in a sense that she won't, after the break, she won't be so far wide. She's coming off 2 pretty decent efforts. I wouldn't say she's been up against any world beaters, but she's running okay, and I think might be able to get the front on this field. There's absolutely no pace in there. At least be able to ease out there and be with the pace without much effort, and maybe inherit at 6 furlongs. So again, I didn't love this horse, but with a tactical edge, I think she can get the lead in here. She's probably going to get the lead even before the scratches. Northway is probably the best horse in the race, but she's off a layoff. And the numbers kind of declined towards the end of the year, and so did she. She dropped in class for her last 2 races of the season. So where is Northway now? It's a positive sign she's in for the waiver claim for this race. Hard not to use her. The interesting one is the 6, Lindsay. Now, can you consider this a big drop in class, or was she just simply over her head running against allowance horses last time? I'm going to go with that. That she didn't belong in that allowance race going long anyway, because I mean she broke her maiden against a pretty soft 11 and 9s going 5.5. She's not really a router. She's not really. She's not definitely not an allowance horse. So this horse is the morning line favorite, and I thought might get a little over bet just because it looks like it's such a big drop, and it really isn't. I mean this horse really coming out of the 11 and 9 maiden claimer to a 5,002 lifetime. It's not a drop at all in a sense. I mean it's a little bit easier because you're dropping in claimant price, but they are going to take the blinkers off. Not that the blinkers had anything to do with the route effort last time, so I kind of wonder about the equipment change on this one. She ran her best race when she broke her maiden at 11 and 9, and it was a really good race. It's not like she ran a bad race last time. She was just over her head in her route, and now you're going to take the blinkers off. My prediction, they'll put the blinkers back on the race after. Fifth race is, just making sure that was a true fact. Fifth race is an allowance race. Fillies and Mares never won 3 condition. Yeah, this was a little more wide open. I think Bustin' Time does have a pace advantage. I'm just questioning, is she better than these horses, even with the pace advantage that she has? And will Ruby's Mission make her work a little bit anyway to clear? It's not like Silent Invasion will be that far back. She showed that she could be close up in a sprint. She was running mainly routes last year, and she has speed in routes, and she had some really nice efforts if you watched her last summer, where she seemed to always hook early speed. There seemed to always be another pace horse signed up with Silent Invasion, and she's got a lot of talent. I can't wait to see when she stretches out. But she ran well in her initial sprint. Again, she's better going long, but I think she's better than these horses, period. I mean, this is a nice horse, and she stays on the allowance races. This is the first time ever going 6 furlongs, but like I said, she won a sprint last time and ran well off the layoff. So maybe they're trying the 2 sprints to the route, but I think she could win here. I'm going to go with her on top, just thinking that she's better than these horses, but usually better going long. The distance, maybe she's not as good going short against these horses as you want her to be to have confidence to play her, but I still think that she's better than these horses enough to win this race. Jackson Avenue's on the outside. She might be up against it if the track's like yesterday, because she does have that sit back and closing style. Ronnie Breed Jr. on a roll lately. Another win yesterday for him. Congratulations to him. He's teaming up with Jackie Davis here. I like the horse. Just concerned about how the racetrack's going to play today. Lisa, you had to be either on or real close to the lead in pretty much the whole card yesterday. The 6-horse Bustin' Time, she was lone speed last time. She got a 47.5 and then drew away. How good is she? I mean, that was her first time against older horses. But it looks like she could get the lead in here, and if speed's like yesterday, she's got a chance. 4-7-6. 6 race scratch, the 6, the last ace, the 7, Macho Maya. Tricky race. You got the 2 speeds of Cape Cod Gem and Father Walsh outside. I thought Debo might get another perfect trip. I mean, how good is Debo right now? I mean, Asaf Ronan has got this horse going in the right direction. Perfect position to chase down Dee's Wise Guy, who usually stops last time. I mean, you could, but it was far back to the rest of the field. Before that, got a perfect trip to win. But the numbers are ascending. It's like the horse is improving, but I like the fact that he's going to get a perfect trip. It seems like anyway. And the 1-horse double shot, up against it if the track's like yesterday, but I do think there's enough pace that they're going to back up at 5.5. Again, I'm kind of a little bit anticipating that it might be speed again today, unless we get a little bit of a change as far as the weather getting some more rain or something. But if it doesn't, a fair racetrack, I would think double shot's going to put in a late run. Michael Davila gets off to ride Debo. One of the main reasons I took Debo too. I mean, but the running style might hurt double shot. Father Walsh, it's going to be out there with Cape Cod Gem early. which one survives the duel, because it's almost like both of them need the lead to win. So you would expect both of them to be aggressive in race number 6. Father Walsh is 10-1. If he's able to get, and I know he's not going to, but if he's able to get out there and maybe outbreak Cape Cod Gem, he's got a good chance to win. Maybe that's a good saver ticket play. 7th race, scratch the 5, Newsley, and the 8, Amore Fire. What can you say about My Bronx Baby? Has done absolutely nothing wrong. Nothing. The question is, I mean, last time answered a question, because the first 2 starts didn't really have to endure quick paces. Was able to get out there and keep going. Obviously coming home in quick times. Last time had to prove that she could get out there, go quick for the day. I mean, I know she went 45 and changed the race before, but that was a faster racetrack. Last time, got some pressure, was able to pull away from Honest Banker, who looked pretty good in her next start. I mean, Honest Banker came back and won and got one easy. So it makes My Bronx Baby look that much better. I don't see any reason why this horse can't make it 4 in a row, unless she falters it for whatever reason. But it looks like another win for My Bronx Baby, as long as everything goes well. So they're all chasing. I would think that, I mean, you got chasers. You got Darn That Song, Small Pebbles. They may try to follow the leader and then try to run at her. But Embraceable Gal, again, she's up against it because she doesn't have a lot of early speed. She's got to put in that late run. But when My Bronx Baby starts to pull away from these other ones, maybe she passes the other tiring horses for second. Darn That Song makes a rider change here, shortens up, and I think she had her chance last time, though. That was a race where there wasn't there wasn't any speed, and just overall poor tactics. Now you get the opposite. You got to chase after My Bronx Baby instead of a race where you could have inherited the lead last time. So she's up against it in that sense, but she could follow the leader and be in the top 3. And who knows? You can never count horses out. I mean, it's going to be a 1-5 shot, but you never know. 4-2-7 in race number 7. 8th race, scratch the 1A, Tasty Wave, and the 2, Bad Connection. This is the most wide open race of the day. Great way to finish it. How about that horse in the last yesterday, by the way? The mother of that horse, that first time starter, was the half to Break in the Fever, the great Break in the Fever. She won first out in her first career start, talking about the mother. So she has the horse is four, makes the first start, and starts for 5,000, but won like the mother did. It was 5,000 though. So, okay, well, let's look at this race. I mean, investment grades the speed, doesn't always go to the front end, but if she does, you got to figure she's the speed. Super Slide's got enough tactile speed. I thought Let's Maga from a 2-post, now drawing the rail, or drawing the inside, I should say, if they leave that stall open. She's still on the inside. She has the inside position. She's going to be tough. I mean, the Thin Legs was the main speed last time, or one of the speeds, and she just kind of chased that one home. But it was far back to the rest of the field in that race. I think a repeat of that performance, and even improvement from that performance, puts her in the winner's circle. David Iola had a victory yesterday. The 7, Lady Quinn, I'd like her. She's off a layoff, and it's hard to not use M. Anthony Ferraro. I think got better towards the end of the year. Maybe it was just the drops. I mean, when she went to the sprint, I think that was the very end of the year when Koa was chasing the rider title. What a big effort by Lady Quinn that day. Ramon, she drops. I don't like the post, but it's not like she's run a bad race. She's made her move, and she seemed to flatten out in all of those starts after making that big move. She hung a little bit. Maybe they got to time the move a little bit better. But dropping to 5,000, I think 10-1 is really fair, more than fair price for Ramon, who I would probably like on top. I might have even took a shot on top if the source was inside. The 5, Investment Grade, I only threw in there because I think she's the speed of the speed, and maybe anticipating that speed might be okay today. 3-7-9-5, in today's last race. Enjoy today's card. Again, we're starting early here, only 16 minutes to post. They'll probably go with a little quicker post parades. 11:15 is also the post time, first race post time for tomorrow. Then we'll go back to normal after that. But see you bright and early tomorrow morning for another edition of the show.
Good morning, everyone. Big A Anthony Stabile here, high atop the finish line as we get ready to kick off the Tuesday card here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Do things a little differently today and tomorrow. I'm going to come on with about 6 minutes to post. Horses are going to hit the track with about a minute and get your bets in early. Got that carryover in the pick six later on, over $3,100. That starts in race number 3. Let's kick things off today. Mile and 70 for the allowance competition here. Scratch the 4 Kaz Palace. Like many, I thought this was down to 2 horses here. I went with the 5. ASAP Restoration. ASAP for ASAP. Ronan. Off the November layoff, this horse, I thought, ran a pretty good third behind Saratoga Banker and Grey Wing. He wants 2 turns. He's not a sprinter, but I thought he did well sprinting. 3 for 8 here at Finger Lakes going this mile and 70, so that kind of corroborates the fact that he wants this distance, I would think. And I know he doesn't have a lot of speed, but I'll tell you what, last year he didn't have a lot of speed. He showed some tactical speed last time for the first quarter of a mile. He was close to a 22 and change opening quarter, so maybe Asaph put a little speed into him in the offseason. Michael Davila Jr. is having a fantastic meet. Hopefully Mikey's a little aggressive with this one, and he can get him into the game early, going the 2 turns. He doesn't need to be on the lead because he has Shanty Shack, the number 7, who's the favorite. And I'm assuming people are betting Shanty Shack down to favoritism because yesterday was an absolute highway on the front end, and Shanty Shack coming out of the 1 sprint prep where ASAP Restoration beat him thoroughly, beat him by just over 10 lengths. But again, another horse, Shanty Shack, who wants the 2 turns. He's never missed a board here at Finger Lakes going this distance. 3 wins, 2 seconds, 3 thirds. So he'll be on the front end, and I would imagine ASAP Restoration is going to be not far from him. And may the best horse win. I'm just going to probably line up 7-5, maybe a little 7-1 with ASAP Restoration right there early. And we'll see if he can run down Shanty Shack. Wrap it up with the 3, Delta Ridge. Second off the claim for Judy Turetsky. This horse ran well, I thought, at Presque Isle on the all-weather. It was his first try on the all-weather. He gets back to dirt. Listen, his form has tailed off considerably. Earlier this year was not a good season for him. He was okay last year. He hit the board. He was first or second in 5 of his 10 tries. So we'll see if he can take advantage of Shanty Shack setting some pace in here. Maybe he can pick up some pieces late in the game. 5-7-3 for me. Again, they'll be heading out to the track shortly. Get your wagers in early. Pick 4 starts here, early double starts here. Don't forget later on. Pick 6 carryover for $3,100. That starts in race 3. If you need PPs, head over to fingerlakesgaming.com. Courtesy of Equibase, they are available each and every racing day. So head on over to fingerlakesgaming.com to get your PPs. Tomorrow's will be ready tonight, right after 6:30. Again, special first post today and tomorrow. You know it if you're watching now, 11:15 today and tomorrow, trying to beat the heat. Best of luck trying to beat the first here at Finger Lakes. And now the field for the opener is on the track. The 1 is Kingdom of Paws with Cabracoa. The 2 is Jacoba with Jackie Davis. The 3 is Delta Ridge. Note the rider change to Kevin Navarro. You can scratch the 4, Kaz Palace. The 5 is ASAP Restoration with Michael Davila Jr. The 6 is Interstate with Emmanuel De Diego. And the 7 is Shanty Shack with Joel Cruz. Just over a minute to post. The early double and the early pick 4 start here in race 1. Less than a minute. Less than a minute to get your early double and early pick 4 tickets in. The field for race 1 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Set to kick off the Tuesday card. First to load is the number 2, Jacoba. Now Kingdom of Paws goes into the 1 draw. Here's Delta Ridge. ASAP Restoration goes in. Don't forget, special first post tomorrow is 11:15 a.m. as well. Doors open at 10:30. If you need PPs, head over to fingerlakesgaming.com. They're available each and every race day, courtesy of Equibase, as Interstate goes in. Longest price on the board. And the last load's the favorite, Shanty Shack. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Tuesday opener here at Finger Lakes. There's Shanty Shack Interstate trying to keep that one wide on the turn and along the inside. Kingdom of Paws. 3 across the track early here, but now Shanty Shack's going to go on with it. And Shanty Shack's going to try to cross and clear. Joel Cruz took a peek back, saw that Interstate was still in there, and so was Kingdom of Paws. They're 3 deep around the clubhouse turn. 3 lengths back to ASAP Restoration. Michael DeVillo watches things unfold from 4th. Along the inside, Jacoba and the trailers Delta Ridge, a contentious opening quarter of 24-4. As the field turns on to the Finger Lakes backstretch, it's Shanty Shack and Interstate. Interstate won't leave Shanty Shack to his own devices on the front end today. These two in tandem up the backstretch. A length and a half back to Kingdom of Paws. Kingdom on Pause is 3rd. Just to his outside is ASAP Restoration. The back 2 markers are Jacoba, who's just inside of Delta Ridge, 49-2. Pretty taxing half mile there. Shanty Shack finally disposes of Interstate. Fresh challenge coming from ASAP Restoration. It's Shanty Shack. ASAP Restoration comes a-calling. Following that move is Delta Ridge from the back as both Interstate and Kingdom on Pause backpedal. 3/4, 1:14-1. The field's about to come off the turn and into the stretch, and Shanty Shack has dealt with all kinds of pressure, but he's still there, and he leads by a length. ASAP Restoration took a run, but he better watch out for Delta Ridge, who's coming with a head of steam, and Delta Ridge just took the lead away from Shanty Shack inside the 8th pole and past the 16th pole. Delta Ridge is on his way to a race 1 win. It's all Delta Ridge. He wins it by about 3 at the end. It got close for 2nd, but Shanty Shack held ASAP Restoration. Photo for 4th, mile and 70, 1:45-3. Number 3, Delta Ridge was first. It's a photo for 2nd. Number 7, Shanty Shack was 2nd. 5, ASAP Restoration 3rd. 2, Jacoba finished 4th. 3-7-5-2 in race 1. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 3, Delta Ridge. 5-year-old Geldings Asano will take charge out of the Flatter Mare Mind. Delta Ridge is a New York bred owned by Miguel Alguin, trained by Judy Turetsky, winning rider Kevin Navarro. And it's official. $2 exact at 3-7, 23.20. 50-cent try, 3-7-5, $6.90. 10-cent super, 3-7, 5-2, $7.17. Race 2 comes up next. The first pick 3 of the day kicks off in race 2. There are no changes in the 2nd. In the 3rd, you can scratch the 2. Sandy's Garden. Race 3, scratch the 2. And in race 4, you can scratch the 2, Sassy Tallahassee, and the 4, Kitty Tin Tin. Race 4, scratch the 2 and 4. Race 2. The start of the first pick 3 comes your way in just over 22 minutes. Folks, please keep in mind that we will have the same 11:15 a.m. post time tomorrow, Wednesday, June 19th, trying to avoid the heat. So again, special first post tomorrow at 11:15 a.m. Doors open 10:30 if you're here on track. Next Monday, stakes action returns to Finger Lakes as the 3-year-old Colts and Geldings will go 6 furlongs in the Ontario County. And the fillies take center stage in the Niagara, both at 6 furlongs, both for the 3-year-old New York breds. Coming out next Monday, stakes action returns to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. And when you're here on Mondays, if you're a DRF member, head over to drf.com and you get free past performances for Monday cards in Finger Lakes, June only. Next Monday, the last day for this promotion. DRF.com if you're a DRF member for free Monday Finger Lakes PPs next Monday, June 24th. And of course, there are complimentary PPs courtesy of our friends over at Equibase each and every racing day up at fingerlakesgaming.com.
Horse in the paddock for race number 2. Big effort from Delta Ridge, and Kevin Navarro able to run down that pace and get the victory. 4-1 on that one. Judy Turetsky, the winning trainer to start off the card. We go to the second, a 5,000 claimer, non-winners of a race since a date, or never won for condition. A couple horses getting some play in here, and they're both logical horses. You got the 4 Kodiak Brown and the 1 Bench Walk. Kodiak Brown only making his second start of the season, but he does it at a reduced level after going against starter allowance condition to start off the season. Drops back down to 5,000. It's been a trend for him. Keeps him eligible for the starters after he runs in the 5s, and he could go back at 5 and keep doing it. Well, this one has made a living doing that, and 4 of his 5 wins here at Finger Lakes have been most of the either at the bottom or at the starter allowance level. Well, 6 furlongs, not really his thing. He's been better going long, so that was a good tightener last time. And he was in against a pretty tough group, had no chance against those horses. So means business today, stretching out to the route in his second start of the season. Much easier competition. Now, Benchwalk, the inside horse of this group, ran very well just off the 50 half last time, was with a bunch of them, and did encounter some traffic problems late in that race. Not sure if it cost him the victory, but that was after a good effort in a sprint, running second to the veteran Old Man Winner, who's winning for the second time at odds of 19-1. So this horse has done little wrong, making his 4th start of the season. Logical player. He's at odds of 7-5. The 3 Red Fortress getting a little bit of action at 5-1. The obvious issue with Red Fortress is the layoff. The horse hasn't run since November. Last year, as mentioned earlier, the horse ran 2 sprints to the route, and first time stretching out, he won. Well, he's not doing that this year. He's got a good trainer, doesn't run until they're ready, so maybe it's a positive sign that he does run long first time this year, and if he is sharp enough, he should be competitive against this group. He's at 5-1. Big F, so it's a tough, here at Finger Lakes, it's always a tough move, winning at a route first time off of the layoff. Don't see it very often, but if you do, it's usually with a good trainer. Another horse to consider, you got the 6 horse Don Bernardo. Obviously needed the last race, was in for the waiver claim. Now second start off the layoff, should run better than what he did. He had finished off the season winning 2 in a row. His deep closing style might hurt him a little bit unless a pace does ensue on the front end. So that's some of the contenders here for race number 2. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, and pick 3 starts with this race.
All right, 4-1 to kick things off with Delta Ridge in the opener, coming from off the pace. So, in fact, Delta Ridge was dead last at one point, so maybe we have a little bit of a different track than we had yesterday. Race 2 kicks off the first pick 3 of the day. We're betting 2 of them in here right now. I'm gonna try and upset both of the public choices here with the number 3, Red Fortress, who, you know, after Princess Sonia's return yesterday, and I heard this from my man Todd. He gave me a little, he gave me a little ribbon for it. I kind of slept Princess Sonia yesterday. The way she returned yesterday, and I've been calling races for about 5.5 years, watching them for about 40. I can't remember too many horses making that kind of a move between horses and being third by 2 lengths to in front by 3 in 15 seconds. So, and these horses for both Mike Sr. and Jr., they've been coming back firing fresh off the layoff. We haven't seen her since November, so she gets to run in here with a base on balls for the waiver, a model of consistency when she went to the bench. She had gotten a check in all of her route races. One time she finished fourth. She just ran out of real estate. But even then, she hit she hit the super. She's been good here, and I think the knock could very well be she might need a touch more ground. Maybe a mile and a 16th. She was in a mile and an eighth race here last year. With that said, I don't think that's gonna. I don't think it's gonna come down to that. I think she's a more hardened nickel kind of horse than bench walk. As far as Kodiak Brown, we'll see. Kodiak Brown and bench walk both have the recency on her. Bench walk draws inside. Jackie returns. Got back around 2 turns last time, and she's probably better 2 turns. Even though her sprints weren't that bad, Nerco Huertas kind of raced her into shape, and she raced him into shape, I should say, and he was good last time. That was a tough trip, and it was another one of these Ferraro returnees. Reiner got the job done. Parade Field had taken some money, so that was a good nickel race last time. I just think overall, Red Fortress is better. And then you have Kodiak Brown, who returned from the layoff and sprinted. Now, he didn't have many sprints, if any, on his card, but he didn't run at all. And I know Not Away and Limit Up are better horses than the ones he's facing today, but he really didn't run. He really didn't run 2 steps. So to ask him now off the one race to kind of move forward as the favorite, I thought I wanted to try a couple of others against him, namely Red Fortress. 3-1-4 for me. See if we can mildly upset the 2 favorites here in race 2. First pick 3 kicks off here. Again, don't forget, I'm going to remind you all day, 11:15 first post again tomorrow. If you're here on track, doors open 10:30 like they did this morning. The field for race 2 is coming out onto the track. The 1 is Bench Walk with Jackie Davis. The 2 is Maseta with Heeman Harkey. The 3 is Red Fortress. Cabracoa rides. The 4 is Kodiak Brown with John Davila Jr. The 5 is Oliver with a twist. Jose Baez is in the saddle. And the 6 is Don Bernardo with Joel Cruz. A little over a minute to post. Again, the first pick 3 of the day starts here. Post time's in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 2 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Kick off the first pick 3 of the day. Bench walk goes in first. Next up is Maseta. Red Fortress goes in. Current favorite Kodiak Brown steps forward. Oliver with a twist goes in. Don Bernardo is the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. Breaking a little slowly there was Red Fortress. Kind of went to his knees at the start, but he's back and recovered. Along the inside, there's Bench Walk for the lead. Maseta follows in second. The favorite, Kodiak Brown's outside in third. After the early miscue, Red Fortress along the inside in fourth. Oliver with a twist. Spun 4 wide into that first turn as Don Bernardo takes back from his outside post and is allowed to trail early. He's 9 lengths from Bench Walk, who takes them around the clubhouse turn, a length and a half to the good of Kodiak Brown, who's moved up into second. Maseta along the rail in third. Then we come back to Oliver with a twist, shadowing Maseta in fourth. Gap of 3 lengths back to Red Fortress, and another half dozen to Don Bernardo. 25 and 3, an easy first quarter. And Bench Walk lets it out a notch. Bench Walk is now 6 in front. Maseta moves up along the inside of Kodiak Brown through a 50-second half mile. Then we come back to Oliver with a twist. Red Fortress, and nothing from Don Bernardo, who's 20 lengths from the leader. The leader is still Bench Walk. He takes them around the far turn with a 4-length lead. Bench Walk strides starting to shorten a bit here. Maseta moves up along the inside. Kodiak Brown's got to do better from there. Then we come back to Red Fortress, who's finally getting underway through 3 quarters in 1:14 and 4. They're on the final turn and about to come off the turn and into the stretch. Bench Walk has been there from the start. Strides again, starting to shorten a bit. Here comes Maseta. Here comes Kodiak Brown. Bench Walk starts to wander through the stretch, but he's still there. Jackie goes left-handed, 16th pole. Bench Walk's on his hands and knees. Here comes Maseta. Bench Walk, Maseta, Bench Walk, Maseta, Bench Walk, and Maseta. That got too close to call. Can't call it. I can tell you Kodiak Brown was third in 1:46 and 3. That's a photo finish. Hold all tickets. Number 2, Macetta was first. 1, Benchwalk second. 4, Kodiak Brown third. 3, Red Fortress finished fourth. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 2, Macetta. 5-year-old gelding is the son of Japan, out of the Street Bourse mare Watling. Macetta is a New York bred owned by Craig Benoit, trained by Timothy Murphy, winning rider Heman Harkey. $2 double 3-2, 87.50. $2 exact 2-1, 26 even. 50-cent try 2-1-4, 21.50. 10-cent super 2-1, 4-3, $6.70. Race 3 comes up next. It's the start of today's $1 pick 6. Today's pick 6 features a carryover of $3,137.52. And here are the changes for the remaining races. Here in race 3, please note, there'll be no show, try, or super wagering here in race 3. Scratch the 2, Sandy's Garden. Race 3, scratch the 2, Sandy's Garden. Race 4, scratch the 2, Sassy Tallahassee, and the 4, Kitty Tin. Race 4, scratch the 2 and 4. Nothing in the 5th. Race 6, scratch the 6, the last ace, and the 7, Macho Maya. Race 6, scratch the 6 and 7. Race number 7, scratch the 5, Newsley, and the 8, Amore Fire. Race 7, scratch the 5 and 8. And in race 8, scratch the 1A, Tasty Wave, and the 2, Bad Connection. Race 8, scratch the 1A and 2. Again, the $1 pick 6 features a carryover of over $3,137. Starts here in race 3, and post time for the 3rd is in just over 20 minutes. Folks, don't forget to come out and spend Independence Day with us here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Special action on Thursday, July 4th. Racing that week will be Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, July 1st, 2nd, and 4th. Make your plans to spend 4th of July here at the races as we remember the great Funny Side. That's right, July 4th is Funny Side Tribute Day here at Finger Lakes. There will be Funny Side t-shirt giveaway in the lower clubhouse. A meet and greet session with his Hall of Fame rider, Jose Santos, and Jack Knowlton, the operating manager of Saratoga Stables, who own Funny Side. You can also pick up your commemorative Funny Side photo. Many of Funny Side's winning trophies will be on display here, and we'll show all of his greatest wins in between our races here at Finger Lakes. We'll also have a silent auction of Funny Side memorabilia. In addition to the Funny Side activities, there'll be free Finger Lakes programs at both program locations, 2 How to Bet seminars, one at 12:15 and one at 12:45, with one person at each seminar winning a $20 wagering voucher just for attending. And last but not least, the Buttered Spuds are back. That's right, Karuba's delicious chicken barbecue returns will be serving on the clubhouse side from noon until 5 p.m. Come on out to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack on Thursday, July 4th. It's Independence Day, and it's Funny Side Tribute Day here in Farmington.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 3. Close finish between Benchwalk and Maceda, but it was the Murph getting the victory as Heeman Harkey just got that nose down to get the win. A little bit of a price in race number 2. We go to the third. We start the pick 6, the $1 pick 6. A little bit of a carryover, over $3,000 in that pick 6 pool. Maybe worth the shot here. Get a couple prices and take down the whole thing. Big scratch of the 2, Sandy's Garden. Man, she was a good horse back in the day. Still pretty good. She won in New York in the slop back in January. Well, she's out, and that does factor with the pace scenario in race number 3, as it does look like Bustin' Roxy going to get a tactical advantage yet again for the 4th time. And she's put 3 wins in a row, looking for her 4th. And with the absence of Sandy's Garden, does help her chances that much more. Doesn't like she was that great last time. She had to hold off a fast closing embraceable gal in that race, but she has had a tactical advantage in pretty much every start. But it does look like she's the main speed again today, unless She's Dancing is extra aggressive in this race. Well, the main threat to her actually does look like either She's Dancing or Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me. Now, Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me is her stablemate, and she'll try to chase her down. That one won a 3-year-old stakes race last year, the Niagara Stakes, and was a 3-time winner in 2023. She'll make her first start of the season. She's classy enough, but she doesn't have a lot of speed that she'll have to get to her stablemate. The closest one to her early is going to be She's Dancing. She's Dancing does have some tactical speed, more route speed, but enough sprint speed that she could lay second. But again, Bustin' Roxy will probably be clear and alone on the lead, so it's her race to lose yet again on the front end as she looks to make it 4 in a row to start off the year. And this fields get tougher, but she's just had the fortune of not catching any strong other speed horses. Exacta Tri, Super, Daily Double, Pick 3, and Pick 6. I take that back. We did get that scratch of Sandy's Garden, so there's no Try, no Super, and no show wagering because of the 4 betting interest in the third. We still have that $1 Pick 6 starting in this race.
All right, pick 6 time. As we get another off the pace winner, Maceda. Tough beat if you had Benchwalk. It took all the late money down to favoritism. Okay, so no Try, no Super, no show here. Pick 6 today, if there are a couple of tough cards, I think is hittable today. And I think you need to rely on at least 2 singles today, because some of these other races I do think you need to go deep. So the bingo squares appear to be, to me anyway, right here with Bustin' Roxy. And there's not really much to talk about with Bustin' Roxy. She has come back in amazing form, 3 in a row. The only horse that could have kept pace with her for 10 seconds is out of the race in Sandy's Garden. She's gone on the front end. She only has to go 5.5 furlongs. Bustin' Roxy's going to be tough. You're looking for a cold exacta. Round it out, I think, with She's Dancing. But I'm not that excited about the exacta. They're the 2 favorites. I want to single Bustin' Roxy in the pick 6. I'm going to tell you that my pick 6 has 3 singles. It's Bustin' Roxy. In race 6, I love Debo today. I know Debo's, the water gets deeper for Debo today, but he is in fantastic form right now. But if you don't want a single in there, I get it. But the other singles, obviously, in race 7, my Bronx Baby, who looks to stay perfect in 4 starts, and I believe she will. So, I'm singling 3 horses. I'm not saying you have to or you should, but I think if you want to get creative in the other legs, those 3 that I like best, and again, Debo's my play of the day. Those 3 that I like, he's my play of the day, but he's also might be the most vulnerable of the 3 singles because I wanted to have a little value for the play of the day. You want to look for somebody else in there? Be my guest. I think you could single My Bronx Baby in race 7, and I think you could single Bustin' Roxy here. After that, I leave it up to you guys. You guys figure it out. Try and find some value in the rest of the sequence. I think you can, especially in the last race and in the 5th race, I believe. Yeah, the 4th and the 5th races are a little interesting too. So there you go. I'm singling Bustin' Roxy. I went 5-4 here. I'm not overly excited about the exacta, especially as the chalk exacta. But I went 5-4. I'm singling Bustin' Roxy. Again, remember, no show, no try, no super. And again, I'm going to be a nudge about things. A real scutch. 11:15 a.m. tomorrow. Doors open at 10:30. Horses coming on the track shortly. Best of luck here in race 3 as we kick off the pick 6. It's already close to $1,500 in new money to join that 31.37 for the carryover. The field for race number 3, the start of the $1 pick 6, is on the track. Here's the 3. Wait, don't tell me. With Luis Perez. The 4 is She's Dancing. Kevin Navarro looks for a riding double. The 5 is Bustin' Roxy with Cabracoa. And there's the 1, No Chalk, with John Davila Jr. Post time in a few minutes. Best of luck here as we kick off today's pick 6. Post time in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 3 is behind the gate, and it's post time. Set to load for the start of today's $1 pick 6. No chalk. The first to go in. Here's Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me. She's Dancing goes in. Last to load your odds-on favorite, Bustin' Roxy. They're in the gate. And they're off. There goes Bustin' Roxy right to the lead like she usually does. And Bustin' Roxy quickly opens up a 2.5 length lead. She's Dancing is back in second. A length and a half more to Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me. And No Chalk is last of all. She's just 5.5 from the front. Bustin' Roxy makes her way to the far turn. 2 lengths to the good of She's Dancing. Now a 3-wide bid from No Chalk. She altered course and went 3 deep, 23-3. A tepid opening quarter for Bustin' Roxy. She dealt with No Chalk for about 3 seconds and quickly put her away and put a length and a half on her. Gap of 4 back to Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me. And She's Dancing's now the trailer. Bustin' Roxy still the leader. Bustin' Roxy off the turn and into the stretch. She's been dealing with a pesky No Chalk for about 3/8 of a mile through a 47 1/2. Bustin' Roxy, No Chalk won't go away. Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me, trying to chime in from the rail. Bustin' Roxy, Koa shows Bustin' Roxy No Chalk, and Bustin' Roxy responds. It's Bustin' Roxy, Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me up the rail. 4 in 2024 for Bustin' Roxy. She won it by 2. Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me got second over No Chalk in 106 flat. Number 5, Bustin' Roxy was first. 3, Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me second. 1, No Chalk third. 4, She's Dancing finished fourth. Returning to the winner's circle for the fourth time this season is the number 5, Bustin' Roxy. 4-year-old daughter of Bustin' Stones out of the tail of the cat mare, Rockin' MZ, is a New York bred. Bustin' Roxy is owned by All in the Family Racing, trained by Michael Anthony Ferraro, our leading trainer, ridden by our leading rider, Cabracoa, and it's official. $2 double, 2-5, $30.40. $2 exact to 5-3, $11.40. Race 4 comes up next. Kicks off today's pick 5. Scratch the 2, Sassy Tallahassee, and the 4, Kitty Tin Tin. Scratch the 2 and 4 in race 4. Post time for the 4th is in just over 23 minutes.
9 minutes to post for race number 4, and pace makes the race again for Bustin' Roxy, and Matt makes it 4 in a row to start off the season, and she just keeps getting it done on the front end. Keeper Koa 4, M. Anthony Ferraro. Actually, Ferraro dominated that one. It actually is 11. I can't believe it was $11 exacta for those two. But Bustin' Roxy and Wait, Don't Tell Me sweep the exacta for M. Anthony Ferraro. Scratch the 2, Sassy Tallahassee, and scratch the 4, Kitty Tintin in the 4th. And you see the early money for the 7 Northway. Of course, the layoff is the only question mark with that one. I went for a little bit of a price in here with the lack of pace in this race. Now, the track doesn't seem to be as speed favoring as it was yesterday. It seems more fair watching the first 3 races. Yesterday, yeah, you had to be on the lead or just next to it. Journey of 5 looks to be the speed of the race that might be able to inherit the pace in this one. Comes off a 3rd place finish last time. Granted, she's not in against any world beaters. They're not the strongest of fields either start that she's had. But this is one of those fields that's pretty evenly matched, that maybe she has that tactical advantage, could get her home. Now, I say evenly matched, but the best horse in the race is probably Northway, the 7. Just a matter of, is she sharp and fit enough to come off the layoff and beat these horses? This is a softer field than what she's faced in the past. She doesn't have a lot of early speed, so in a race that doesn't have a lot of speed, that might put her up against it a little bit, even though the track is more fair today. She might just be better and run these down. She's currently at odds of 6-5. Lindsay's the other one to consider. She turns way back in distance and drops a 5. Like I said earlier, I don't really view this as any kind of a drop, mainly because she didn't belong in that allowance race going around anyway. So she was coming off a maiden claiming victory, just moving back to a realistic spot, but that puts her in the mix if she runs her race. She should be competitive against the 5,000 never won 2s. Interestingly, it takes the blinkers off because she ran a really good race with blinkers when she last ran against claimers. Exacta Tri, Super, Daily Double, and Pick 5 starts in the 4th. Again, we scratched the 2 and the 4.
Well, single 1 in the books. Bustin' Roxy just keeps on going. Perfect 4 for 4. Congratulations to all her connections. Been a fun ride so far for the daughter of Bustin' Stones. We'll see when she returns if she can stay perfect and make it 5 in a row. All right, things get a little dicier now, I feel. Gotta try and navigate through some pick 6 traffic here. I went 6, 7, 8. I'm a little surprised Lindsay's this short. And I am and I'm not. I just figured that Jeremiah Englehart's Northway, the number 7, would be the favorite. And here, maybe she will be by post time. Lindsay cuts back from the 1.70. She wanted nothing to do with the stretch out last time. I mean, 0.0 to do with the stretch out last time. And you can argue that maybe she's better on a wet track because the lone win came on a wet track. I'd like to offer that it was really one of only 2 starts that she made where she belonged. When she ran for the bottom over a Turfway on the synthetic, she ran well, and when she ran close to the bottom here, she ran well. So I just think this is where she belongs, and Lugu's doing the right thing. When they win for maiden 11, you run them for 5-2 life. You cut them in half. It's the oldest trick in the book. It's one of the oldest adages in the book, and he's just doing everything right. He tried something different last time. It didn't work. Cut back to the sprint, drop her for the nickel. I thought she'd be second choice. Northway went to the bench off a 3rd place finish. Maya brings her back for the waiver. She's a weird one because I think she might be the one that wants to go long, as evidenced by her maiden victory 2 back. Right, she's only made 3 starts here at Finger Lakes. A close 4th, a good third, and then that maiden romp. Maybe this is a jumping off point for bigger and better and longer throughout the year. And then the 8, Journey of 5. Journey of 5 is one that returned from the layoff, ready to rumble. I mean, you want to talk about a horse that went to the bench with some bad form and came back a brand new mare at the age of 5. And this happens sometimes, especially with the fillies and mares. We've talked about this. Um, you know, it takes them a little bit longer sometimes to develop, and certainly looks like that's the case here because again, and the drop probably helped, but she dropped to the bottom last year and it didn't do anything. But she's come back ready to rumble this year, and she got the job done off the layoff. She made the lead off the turn in her first start at this level, and now she's back. She's the best price of the 3 in here. 6, 7, 8 from me. Phillies and Mares will make their way to the track shortly. Best of luck here in race 4. Don't forget, kicks off today's pick 5. The field for race 4, the start of today's 50-cent pick 5 is out on the track. The 1 is Benevolently with Kevin Navarro. Scratch the 2, Sassy Tallahassee. Here's the 5, Majestic Laura Ann with Luis Perez. The 6 is Lindsay with Nazario Alvarado. Here's the 7, Northway. Manuel de Diego's in the saddle. The 8 is Journey of 5 with Heeman Harkey looking for a riding double. And the 3 is Tintagel with Stephen Frett. A little over a minute to post. Again, the start of today's 50-cent pick 5. Less than a minute. Field's heading to the starting gate. Last chance to get in your pick 5 tickets. The field for race 4 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Set to load for the 4th as we kick off today's pick 5. Benevolently goes in first. Here's Tintagel. Majestic Laura Ann goes up. Lindsay, the Lone Gray, is up next. Don't forget, free PPs available. FingerLakesGaming.com, courtesy of our friends over at Equibase. As Northway, your even money favorite, goes in. And a reminder, 11:15 first post tomorrow, Wednesday, here at Finger Lakes. The last to load's journey of 5. They're in the gate, and they're off. From the outside, journey of 5, a little hard to handle there. Northway tries to make the lead. Lindsay's between. At the rail, it's Benevolently. Tintagel's there, and at the back, it's Majestic Laura Ann. They're just 3.5 lengths from front to back. Benevolently, Kevin Navarro has her hands full with her. She's on the lead. Far outside the favorite, Northway second. Between the Gray Filly, Lindsay. They have a length and a half on Journey of 5, who moves up between horses. There's Majestic Laura Ann, and at the rail, it's Tintagel. 24, easy opening quarter there, as now Lindsay emerges with the lead. It's Lindsay. Northway glued to her on the outside as Benevolently drops back. Between horses, Majestic Laura Ann. Far outside, Journey of 5. The trailer is Tintagel. She's just 6.5 from the front. The field's midway on the turn. Northway. Emmanuel Di Diego starts to go to work. Lindsay hugs the rail. Nazario Alvarado not giving up that position just yet. And Lindsay retakes the lead in a 48 1/2. Lindsay trying to spurt away from Northway, who won't go away. But now Lindsay starts to get the better of her rival and draws off inside the 8th pole. It's all Lindsay. She's 3 in front. Now 4. Lindsay by 4 past the 16th pole. Nazario Alvarado and Lindsay well on their way to an easy tally here in the 4th. They won it by 5. Then it was Northway. Benevolently, Tintagel along to round out the Super in 113 1. Number 6, Lindsay was first. 7, Northway finished second. 1, Benevolently third. 3, Tintagel was fourth. Returning to the winner's circle is the number 6, Lindsay. The 3-year-old daughter of McCracken out of the Scat Daddy mare, Linda, is owned by Scott Durgan, trained by Luis Gutierrez, winning rider Nazavio Alvarado. $2 double 5-6, 16.40. $2 exacta 6-7, 23 even. 50-cent try 6-7-1, 29.62. 10-cent super 6-7-1-3, $16.40. 50-cent pick 3, 2-5-6, 43.37. And the 50-cent pick 4, 3-2-5-6, $169.50. Race 5 comes up next. It kicks off today's late pick 4. No changes in the 5th. Race 6, scratch the 6, the last ace, and the 7, Macho Maya. Race 6, scratch the 6 and 7. Race 7, scratch the 5, Newsley, and the 8, Amore Fire. Race 7, scratch the 5 and 8. And in race number 8, scratch the 1A Tasty Wave and the 2, Bad Connection. Scratch the 1A and 2 from race 8. Post time for the 5th and the start of today's late pick 4 is in just over 23 minutes. Don't forget, folks, special 11:15 first post tomorrow. Again, trying to beat the heat. Doors like today open at 10:30. 11:15 first post. Doors open at 10:30. Free PPs available tonight after 6:30 over at fingerlakesgaming.com, courtesy of our friends over at Equibase. And come on out next Monday as stakes action returns to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. The 3-year-old New York breds will be on display. The Colts and Geldings in the Ontario County. The young ladies in the Niagara. That's next Monday. We resume a 1:15 first post, racing Monday through Wednesday next week here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack.
in the paddock for race number 5, and yeah, pace makes the race. That was one of those races where, where's the speed coming from? Well, Naz took advantage of that. Got 48 to the half for 6 furlongs. Her and Northway were able to just kind of dawdle on the front end, and turned out to be a 2-horse race than a 1-horse race when Lindsay was able to draw away. So Naz Alvarado wins for Lugu. Louis Gutierrez to start off the pick 5. 5th race, we start the late pick 4. It is an allowance event. Never won 3 condition for fillies and mares. And yeah, see some early money for Bustin' Time, who looks to be the speed of the race. She's looking for 2 in a row. I did like the race that was run by Silent Invasion. I do think Silent Invasion is better than these horses, but better than these horses going long. So there's some question mark with the sprint race. And you look at last year, she just kept hooking other speeds every time. She just could not get a race where she was able to be alone on the lead. And she was running well, despite being in races where there was some other speed, going against horses like Golden Moonlight, Janis Joplin. Either one of those horses would crush these going long anyway. But the sprint is a different story. I still think she's better than these horses going short. This will be the first time she ever tries 6 furlongs. But maybe she's got enough. I mean, she's got that route speed. Maybe she's got enough tactical speed that she could stay close with Bustin' Time and just simply be better than this field. She gets an extra half furlong. And she ran well going 5.5 last time with a good second place finish behind Honest Banker. Clear second behind Jackson Avenue, who's in this race. Jackson Avenue is a good horse that just keeps firing, and at least she's got a fair racetrack today. Would have run yesterday, wouldn't even consider the horse, but she runs a good 3rd place finish last time behind Silent Invasion, so she'll have to make up the lengths on that one, and she's got to hope Bustin' Time comes back, because there just simply isn't any other speed in this race other than Bustin' Time, and maybe Ruby's Mission may try to be aggressive, but it doesn't seem like they're going to go any faster than 46, which may be what she needs to win. But she's running good enough to be in the top 3 here. And, of course, Ronnie Breed Jr., the trainer, off to a very hot start. He's doing very well. And I mentioned Busted Time. She's the speed. And the question is, can she get clear and can she keep going against this tougher field? She did beat the 2 Lifetimes, which she was allowed to be alone last time, but that was a much easier field than what she'll face today. And she has to go 6 furlongs. But if she's able to get out there and relax and control the pace, Busted Time has a chance to go all the way. And that's why they're betting her, because she is the pace. She's currently at odds of 9-5. And those are some of the contenders here for the 5th Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 4 starts in here.
All right, race number 5 coming up next. We kick off today's late pick 4. Jackson Avenue, the number 7 for me here. I'm going to try and see if Ronnie Breed can keep things going. So I feel like she kind of exits a key race, right? My Bronx Baby, then Honest Banker came back to win. Honest Banker wins, and she's right behind Honest Banker. Well, maybe now it's time for Jackson Avenue to get the money. There's some speed in here, and she's going to need that speed to develop. And I think the speed comes from the other 2 favorites, which certainly helps the cause. Because if the 2 fillies and mares you got to beat are the ones that are duking it out on the front end, well, maybe that's the way you get the job done. So I would imagine Bustin' Time's going to go. I would have to think Silent Invasion, even though she has more route speed. Second off the layoff from Michael Anthony Ferraro is going to be a little fresher. Ruby's Mission has some speed in between those 2. Kaz Music, I think there'll be some pace in here. And on yesterday's track, I'd be terrified to pick Jackson Avenue. But on today's track, it's a little different. And I know she's a little camera shy. But I think she gets the right setup today. I like third off the layoff. I like the setup. And I think she's the best price of the 3 fillies. I think she'll be the best price of the 3 fillies. I think Colleen will take her. Bustin'. And I also thought it was curious that Jackie Davis stays on Jackson Avenue as opposed to riding for her brother Eddie with the 6 Bustin' Time. Now, she rode Bustin' Time to a win last time, 8 days after beating Bustin' Time with my Bronx Baby. Yet today, she stays on Jackson Avenue. I thought that was a good sign as well. Bustin' Time uh, will be forward. Now, here's the one thing about Bustin' Time. She's got to go 6 today. She's never done that successfully. They all were at Aqueduct. They were against Sweet Brown Sugar, who's going to be 1 to a million in the Niagara on Monday. So keeping that company down at the Big A as opposed to up here, I get that. And her record here and her race at Delaware are better. She's still got to go 6, whether it's in Farmington, Farmingdale, Ozone Park, Delaware. She's got to go 6. And we'll see if she can do it. Maybe she finds it easier up here to do. Like I said, it looks like there's way too much other pressured speed in here for her to get away with things on the front end. We'll see if I'm right. And then Silent Invasion, second off the layoff. Maybe this is just one more sprint before stretching her out. I don't know. She's never went 3/4 of a mile. They've all been 5.5, and they've all been 1.70 miles. And quite frankly, her 5.5 furlong races aren't bad at all. So I think she's a competitor as well. Maybe if somebody else does the dirty work and softens Bustin' Time up early, she's the first one to come calling. 7-6-4 for me here in race number 5. Fillies and Mares heading to the track. Pick 4 time. You got a little over 3 minutes to get those pick 4 tickets in. The field for race 5's on the track. The one is Fancy Feline with John Davila Jr. The 2 is Kaz Music with Michael Davila Jr. The 3 is Tumbles with Donovan Miller. The 4 is Silent Invasion. Luis Perez rides. The 5 is Ruby's Mission with Emmanuel De Diego. Here's the 6, Bustin' Time with Kay Barcoa. And the 7's Jackson Avenue. Jackie Davis rides. A little over a minute to post. The late pick 4 starts here. Post time in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 5 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Set to load for the 5th and the start of the late pick 4. The 3 tumbles will be rode without rider Donovan Miller. She's in and locked away, and Donovan will climb aboard in the gate. Here's Fancy Feline to her inside stall. Kaz Music is next. The favorite Sweet Invasion goes in, but all the way down to odds-on favoritism, 4-5 on Sweet Invasion right now. Here's Ruby's Mission. Bustin' Time goes forward. And the last to load is Jackson Avenue. They're in the gate. And they're off. Jackson Avenue a bit hesitant at the start. No hesitation from Bustin' Time, who crossed and cleared and already has a 2-length lead. Pursuing that one's Ruby's Mission on the outside in second. Silent Invasion, a favorite, moves up in third alongside of Tumbles. Then we come back to Jackson Avenue, who's recovered from the miscue. Kaz Music just inside her. Fancy Feline trails 10 lengths from the lead. Bustin' Time, flaunting her speed today through an opening quarter of 23 seconds flat. It's Bustin' Time. The Gray Filly, Ruby's Mission in hot pursuit second. Gap of 4.5 to Silent Invasion, who needs to do more from third. Then Tumbles. 3 deep is Jackson Avenue. Between is Kaz Music. At the rails, Fancy Feline. Up front, it's Bustin' Time. Bustin' Time, a 3-length lead. Ruby's Mission's been chasing the whole way through a 46 3/2. Bustin' Time off the turn and into the stretch, still with a 3-length lead. Ruby's Mission still coming. Now Silent Invasion begins to chime in. And along the inside, it's Tumbles. And between Phillies, it's Kaz Music. And on the far outside, it's Jackson Avenue. Anyone's race. Up the inside, Tumbles at a huge price. Here's the favorite, Silent Invasion. Between them, it's Ruby's Mission. Still there is Kaz Music. Kaz Music got there. Kaz Music split rivals and got the money. Photos all around except Kaz Music, who got there first in 112 4. Number 2, Kaz Music was first. It's a photo for second. Number 5, Ruby's Mission was second. 3, Tumbles third. 4, Silent Invasion fourth. 2, 5, 3, 4 here in the fifth. Returning to the winner's circle is the number 2, Kaz Music. 4-year-old daughter of McLean's Music, out of the Malibu Moon Mare, Malibu Cougar, is a New York bred. Kaz Music's owned by Edward Schatzel, trained by Tim Murphy, winning rider Michael Davila Jr. That's 2 wins on the day for trainer Tim Murphy. $2 double, 6-2, 71.50. $2 exacta, 2-5, 248.50. 50-cent try, 253, $914 even. 10-cent super, 2534, $346.95. And the 50-cent pick 3, 562, 29 even. Race 6 comes up next. Final pick 3 of the day starts here in race 6. Scratch the 6, the last ace. And the 7, Macho Maya. Post time for race 6 is in just over 16 minutes. Folks, don't forget, tomorrow, doors open at 10:30 a.m., just like today, for a special first post trying to beat the heat. 11:15. 11:15 first post tomorrow. Doors open at 10:30. Free pass performances over at fingerlakesgaming.com tonight after 6:30. Courtesy of our friends over at Equibase. Well, so much for my pick six ticket. Couldn't find Kaz Music. Hope you did. Tim Murphy, congratulations. 2 training wins on the day. Fantastic ride by Michael
All right,
DeVilla
get ready
Jr.
for
finding
race
that
number
seam.
6. It is an 11-9
So important.
claimer. Horses have not won 2 races
Especially
since
in
the
sprint
date. Goes
races.
the distance
I'm not,
of 5.5 furlongs. They're a little late coming over.
solving
so
the
speeding,
riddle of the
not really
Sphinx
late
here.
coming over. They're speeding up the post times.
Just can't lose
These
momentum.
we scratched the 6,
Michael
the
did a
last
great
ace,
job
and
not
the
losing
7.
momentum with Kaz Music getting through that
Macho
hole
Maya.
and getting to the money.
They're all over
6-1.
Debo in this
Well,
early in this race. It has a 1-2. He does play. I mean, how
looking to
good
try
is
and get some
Debo right
shekels
now?
back with
Winning
Debo to
2
win,
in a
but
row,
I
ascending
guess that's
in the
not
buyer
happening
figures,
at 1-2.
and a good-looking victory last time. Should get a good trip
He
in
keep
here
making these
behind the
favorites my best
speed
play of the day,
of
but
Cape Cod Gem and
I
Father
thought he
Walsh.
looked the goods on
figured to
paper,
be the
even though he was
2-speed
bumping up in class
in
a bit.
this race. And
He's
Debo was
just
able to
been
chase down
sensational in his last 2, and it's hard to
D's
say that
Wise
about
guy.
a nickel
Usually
claim,
stops
but
late, but D's
he's
Wise
been
guy
really good in
was
his
the
last
lone
2
speed
races.
in that race, and he was still able to get to that
Bump up
rival
shouldn't be an issue
the
in
late
class.
stages.
I
So
can't
he'll,
imagine
get
he
class
gets that
tested a little more today.
good trip
Stepping up to the
right
11 to
behind the
9 level.
speed.
He's currently
Makes
at
first
odds
run.
of
It's really
1 to
fit
2.
the profile the entire meet.
The
here.
one double shot
At Finger
is
Lakes, and now he has
the
Cape
deep
Cod
closer
Gem
in
for
here,
the
and the big question is, will he get enough pace
all with some
to
degree
close
of
going?
speed? He should just be right behind them here. See if he can pick them up. Cape Cod Gem might be the speed of the speed. And you know, sometimes you see that happen when the speed of the speed gets in front and the others chase. They keep going. So I'm going to try and hit a cold 5-4 here. I don't know if Cape Cod Gem's going to stay the longest shot on the board. That's an insane price on Cape Cod Gem, to be honest with you. I thought he was the only one that could beat Debo by, just like I said, getting loose on him at only 5.5. And I rounded it out with the 2, Devious Mo, who of the speed, he's the one that could sit. So I thought maybe that would give him the best chance today if Father Walsh does the dirty work on Cape Cod Gem. 5-4-2 for me here. Final pick 3 of the day kicks off here. Best of luck if you're playing.
6 Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and pick 3 starts here.
The field for race 6 is on the track. The 1 is Double Shot with Kevin Navarro. The 2 is Devious Mo. John DeVilla Jr. rides. The 3 is Big Bad Bud with Anthony Rodriguez. Here's the 4, Cape Cod Gem, Joel Cruz in the saddle. The 5 is Debo. Michael DeVilla Jr. looks to go back-to-back. Scratch the 6, the last ace, and the 7, Macho Maya. The 8 is Father Walsh with Emmanuel De Diego. The final pick 3 of the day starts here. Post times in a little over a minute. Less than a minute. Horses are making their way to the starting gate. Field for race 6 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Double Shot, the first to load in, followed by Devious Mo. Big Bad Bud goes forward. Cape Cod Gem. Assistant starter's got to get him to go in, turn him around. Don't forget, free PPs each and every racing day over at FingerLakesGaming.com, courtesy of Equibase. Special start time tomorrow, 11:15 first post. So we try to beat the heat here at Finger Lakes. Cape Cod Gems in and locked away. Here's the favorite Debo. The last to load is Father Walsh. They're in the gate. And they're off. Last in, first out. Father Walsh to the lead. Challenged immediately by Cape Cod Gem. These two speed off. They have 2.5 lengths already on Devious Mo, who moves up in third. Between horses, there's Big Bad Bud, the favorite. Debo just went by him into fourth, and it's a long way back, about 8 lengths to Double Shot, who trails. Cape Cod Gem and Father Walsh go at it. They tear at each other, and Cape Cod Gem has a neck lead. Father Walsh right with him through a wicked first quarter in 22-3. Devious Mo along the inside. Here's Big Bad Bud. The favorite. Debo's got to do more from there. He's got 8 lengths to make up and less than a quarter of a mile to do it. Cape Cod Gem and Father Walsh, they're really going at it. In the offing is Devious Mo. Then Big Bad Bud looking for some Runer's Double Shot as Debo is not firing today. 46-1. Father Walsh just struck the lead. He won the war with Cape Cod Gem, who tries to battle back. Back in third's Devious Mo. Along the inside, Big Bad Bud. Coming way too late's Double Shot. Deep stretch. Father Walsh, a length and a half. Then it was Cape Cod Gem, a flying Double Shot to round out the try in 106 flat. Number 8, Father Walsh was first. 4, Cape Cod Gem second. 1, Double Shot third. 3, Big Bad Bud was fourth. Turning to the winner's circles, the number 8, Father Walsh. 5-year-old gelding is the son of Twirling Candy out of the Giants Causeway mare, She Stone Sis. The New York bred Father Walsh is owned and trained by Michael T. Sabine, winning rider Emmanuel De Diego. $2 double 2-8, 126 even. $2 exacta 8-4, $132 even. 50-cent try. It's coming, I promise. $841, $81.37. And the 10-cent superfecta, 8413, $64.60. Race 7 comes up next. The late double starts in race 7. Scratch to 5, Newsley and the 8, Amore Fire. Race 7, scratch to 5 and 8. And in race number 8, scratch to 1A, Tasty Wave, and the 2, Bad Connection. Race 8, scratch to 1A and 2. Post time for race 7, the start of the late double, is in just over 16 minutes.
All right, horses just entering the paddock here for race number 7, and that was My Bronx Baby just getting into the paddock, and she's going to be the focus here, because she's going to be the heavy favorite, and what a career she's had already. But looking back to the 6, they didn't back up. Father Walsh got out there with Cape Cod Gem, and the two of them battled, but both of them ran well to hang in there, and Father Walsh was able to hold off, or just outduel Cape Cod Gem, I should say, and double shot just a little too late as the two of them simply didn't back up enough, going 5.5 furlongs. D. Diego won that one for Michael Sabine. The 7th race is an allowance race for fillies and mares which have not won a state bred, and this one goes 5.5. And look at the board. Yeah, she's 1 to 4. I don't think you're going to get much higher than that for My Bronx Baby for what she's done so far in her young career. Looked outstanding in her debut. Came back off the layoff. She did get a slow pace going 4.5 for her, anyway, the first quarter anyway. But she really proved herself last time. They did try to press her in that race. And the horse that was second, Honest Banker, came back to win, and came back to win looking good and convincing in her next start. So hard to fault anything about My Bronx Baby. She obviously looks like the horse to beat, and she's going to be a short price. The 2 horses, Embraceable Gal, you're looking for to round out your exact, maybe this is the one because of her closing style. If everybody's chasing My Bronx Baby or trying to get after that one, you could be seeing a horse passing some tiring horses, and that would be Embraceable Gals. You'd like her a little more going 6 furlongs in this situation. But at 5.5 last time, she did come rolling late behind Bustin' Roxy, who we saw run earlier, win her 4th for the season. So she may have the same kind of trip here, where she comes rolling, passing some tiring horses, trying to close late after My Bronx Baby, who might be long gone by then. Horse that might follow the leader is the 7, Darn That Song. She'll switch riders here to leading rider Koa, and she was just off a ridiculously slow pace for the day. They went 24 for the first quarter, and she probably should have been the one on the lead, but she ended up running evenly. And that was actually a closer that came up the rail, Tequila, who ran a big race off the layoff. But Darn That Song, often close against similar in this condition, but you really can't say that My Bronx Baby is similar to what she's faced. So she might be running for a share if that one runs her race. So 4 minutes to post for race number 7. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered, and here we scratch the 5 and the 8.
All right, race 7 coming at you. Looks like My Bronx Baby will stay perfect in here. She's been really good. Was kind of surprised not to see her next week in the Niagara, but I guess we'll see her another day in Stakes Company. She's supposed to just get loose on these and keep going. That's what I would imagine happens here. I don't think this is much of a mystery as to how this race is supposed to unfold. Embraceable Gal makes a lot of sense for second. She's been the most consistent. I know the mile races at Aqueduct lead you to believe she wants to go a little longer, but I think she'll be okay here in this spot. She has a little bit more class than the rest of these fillies, I believe, anyway. Darn That Song gets Koa, and I think it's probably going to take too much money off the rider change. That's just my opinion. I don't think Heeman really did anything wrong. When you can get the real leading rider, people get the leading rider. So, but I think he'll take money off of that, and the co-second choice now with Embraceable Gal, and that kind of makes sense based on that theory. Remember, it's just 5.5, so I just think My Bronx Baby is going to be way too tough. 4-2-7. Keep it simple in here. Good luck in race 7. We kick off the late double. The field for race 7's on the track. The 1 is She's an Arctic Queen with Luis Perez. The 2 is Embraceable Gal. Kevin Navarro rides. The 3 is Small Pebbles. Nazario Alvarado's in the saddle. The 4 is My Bronx Baby with Jackie Davis. Scratch to 5, Newsley. The 6 is Fidelia with Emmanuel De Diego looking to go back-to-back. Trainer Tim Murphy looks for his 3rd on the day. And the 7 is Darn That Song with Kay Barcoa. Scratch the 8, Amore Fire. Got about 2 minutes to post. Late double starts here. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 7 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. She's an Arctic Queen goes in. Embraceable Gal's up next. Small Pebbles. Prohibitive favorite, My Bronx Baby, looking to stay undefeated in her 4th start. Fidelia looks to give trainer Tim Murphy his third win on the day. Darn That Song is the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. There goes the favorite, My Bronx Baby, right to the lead. To her inside, Small Pebbles going to challenge in second. And on the far outside, there's Darn That Song. 4 lengths from the lead in fourth is Fidelia. The two trailers are She's an Art Queen, an Embraceable Gal. Small Pebbles not letting My Bronx Baby get away with anything today on the front end. They speed off to a 2.5 length lead over Darn That Song, who's in the offing in third through a sharp opening quarter in 22-1. My Bronx Baby puts Small Pebbles away, immediately deals with Darn That Song, who's right on top of her. My Bronx Baby, Darn That Song from the back. Here's Embraceable Gal looking to weave through as She's an Art Queen. Off the turn and into the stretch. My Bronx Baby trying to stay undefeated. Darn That Song through 46.5 has dead aim on her down the center. Embraceable Gal barrels down the center of the course. My Bronx Baby trying to hold off Embraceable Gal, who just went on by. Embraceable Gal, Darn That Song, not today for My Bronx Baby. Embraceable Gal a length. Then Darn That Song and My Bronx Baby in 105-4. Number 2, Embraceable Gal was first. 7, Darn That Song second. 4, My Bronx Baby third. 3, Small Pebbles was fourth. Returning to the winner's circle is the number 2, Embraceable Gal. 4-year-old daughter of Midnight Loot out of the Desert Warrior mare. Enniskillen is a New York bred owned by Windy Leaf Farm LLC, trained by John Buckley, winning rider. 2 on the day for Kevin Navarro, and it's official. $2 double 8-2, 86.50. $2 exact to 2-7, 70 even. 50-cent try, 274, 34.75. 10-cent super, 2743, $27.50. Race 8 comes up next. The finale offers win-play show, exacta try and superfecta wagering. Scratch the 1A Tasty Wave and the 2 Bad Connection. Post time for race 8 is in just over 21 minutes. Folks, don't forget, first post tomorrow, 11:15 a.m. again. Doors will open 10:30 for a first post at 11:15 as we try to beat the heat. Free pass performances over at FingerLakesGaming.com, courtesy of our friends over at Equibase. Each and every race card will be available for tomorrow's card after 6:30 tonight. Come on out next Monday. Stakes racing returns to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack with the Ontario County and the Niagara. 3-year-old New York breds, Colts and Geldings in the Ontario County, Fillies in the Niagara go 6 furlongs. And a couple of $50,000 stakes. That's next Monday. If you're a DRF member, next Monday, head over to drf.com to download your free Monday PPs for Finger Lakes. Folks, there will be a pick six carryover tomorrow here at Finger Lakes. Pick six carryover, regardless of the result of the last race today. Again, head over to fingerlakesgaming.com around just after 6:30 tonight to get your free PPs for tomorrow's card. Here at Finger Lakes, there'll be a pick six carryover. The 4, 8, 9, and 10 winning results in a pick five carryover as well. Automatic pick six carryover. If the 4, 8, 9, or 10 win the finale, there'll be a pick five carryover as well.
All right, we're getting ready to run the last race of this Tuesday card. She's an early day today, and looking back at the 7th, got a big upset as they went after My Bronx Baby. Small Pebbles went after her early, and then right away, Darn That Song was right with her, but it was the closer, Embraceable Gal, taking advantage of the situation. She was able to get in position to rally by, taking advantage of the soften up big favorite, My Bronx Baby, adding a little value in race number 7. Kevin Navarro for trainer John Buckley. They've been teaming up to win some races this year. Kevin on a roll lately. He got the victory in race number 7. Got to get him into the boxing gym. 8th race of 5,000 claimer. 9 winners of a race since a date or never won 4 races. We scratched the 1A, Tasty Wave. Scratched the 2, Bad Connection. You see the 2 horses that are getting most of the play. They're lukewarm favorites. They're co-favorites, you call them. Let's Maga and Lady Quinn. Lady Quinn, an obvious player, but she's off a layoff since November. She could still beat these horses. Go looking back at her last race of the season. But I thought Let's Maga, with a race under her belt, might have a slight advantage here. She chased after Thin Legs, and Thin Legs was a big favorite that was supposed to win that last race and did. The pace scenario really favored that one, and she chased her all the way home. And it was far back to the 3rd place horse. Same type of race. There isn't any real great speed horses. You figure investment grade is the speed. She's got to be right with that horse or right behind that horse, that she should be in good position. Again, Kevin Navarro aboard. He won that race yesterday with a first start with Buckley. He's won for Iola, and this looks like one that could get a trip in here off of the solid 2nd place finish. She's going to get some play right now at odds of 9-5. It is a wide open bunch, so you wouldn't want to take too short a price on her. Obviously, Lady Quinn, as mentioned, was facing a little bit better throughout the season. She won at the 11-9 level in October, and then finished up the season to help Koa win the rider title right at the end of November. So she got better as the season went on, or maybe was helped by the drop, but she ran big in her last start on and off track. So, it's just a matter of being fit and ready, and most of these 4-hour trainees are. So she's going to be a strong contender in here, and she's at odds of 7-2. She's the other one that's getting most of the early play. Ramon was my 3rd choice. Ramon does take a drop in class. She was in for the waiver in her first start of the year and ran extremely well, considering Trivia looked like the main speed going 4.5. Ramon showed a little more pace that day. It was able to get out with her and almost pulled off the big upset. And then hasn't really run that bad of a race. She was in against tougher allowance horses. It didn't embarrass herself. They tried starters last time. Just ran into a very good Our Fantasy. Nobody was beating that horse that day. So she does get some class relief, dropping to 5,000 today. And this is a significant drop when you consider how tough the starters are. So at 10-1 morning line, she's definitely worth a look. Just that post position is no bargain. My 4th choice was the 5. I thought she maybe can, not really as a win threat, but maybe to hang on for a share because she could get the lead in here. And that's what this horse needs. She needs the lead. And she hasn't really been getting the lead, and that's been the issue for investment grade. She's got her 3rd different rider in 3 races, but maybe it's now or never as far as getting the lead and having a chance here. But it does seem like the field's a little tougher. But if she can get that lead, she can hang on to make it into the Super. Exacta Triad Super offering last. Just a reminder, again, we do start earlier tomorrow. 11:15 is that first post of the Wednesday card, still running 8. Then we'll go back to normal, going back on Monday. Monday, of course, we have the 2 stakes races, the Niagara Stakes and the Ontario County Stakes. 3-year-olds are going to be featured. The 3-year-old New York bred fillies are in the Niagara. The 3-year-old New York bred boys in the Ontario County Stakes. That'll be on Monday.
All right, time for the finale. Trying to bail out in a nightcap here. The 7 Lady Quinn off the layoff for our leading trainer. Got the job done on the slop, one last seen in November. also won 4 back. And for the waiver today, and by way of that victory at the end of the year, but if Ferraro's so smart with that, they run them for the nickel knowing they can't go anywhere for 5 months and nobody's going to take these horses at the end of the year. And they get to bring them back with the base on balls as well. She should get some pace in here. Sit just off of it. Wide open tote board. She's 3-1. I'll try the 7, Lady Quinn. The number 4, Super Slide's interesting for Paul Barrow. Excuse me. 2 starts with blinkers, 1 before the break where she got the money. Last time out, knocked the rust off. Good effort. She was forward in a fast race. They went really, really quickly in her return. And I know Investment Grade has some speed, but she won't be far behind her. I thought it was really interesting that she's one of the horses not covered in the pick 5. Because I thought she was a very logical horse in this race. She's 5-1 on the tote board. You know, this is the kind of race where I think you have to try to look for a little value because 4 or 5 of them have a chance to win. She's the value play in here at 5-1 of the 3 horses I like. And then finally the 5, Investment Grade. I know she's the bigger price, but she's supposed to be the bigger price. I feel like Super Slide is a bigger price than she should be. Investment Grade's the price she should be as well. And she just doesn't get the job done, man. It's tough to really endorse this filly, but she's going to, in all likelihood, be in front or part of the pace in here. And based on yesterday's racetrack, it makes her a player. Today, not so much. It's a little bit more of an even track, if anything. I think you want to be coming from off the pace today. So, but I still think she merits a chance, and she's a square price at 8-1 as well. The other horse I thought had a chance was Dave's top pick, Let's Maga. I could see some 9s maybe. If you want a big price, Ilmar Louise's horse, the 10, La Cafetera, gets Dalton Brown. I wish Dalton was getting some more chances. Dalton knows what he's doing. And when she was last in for the nickel races, she was very, very competitive. I thought at a price, if you were looking to get somebody to juice up the exactas, tries, and supers, maybe some 10s in here, she would be my unofficial 4th pick. And she's also not covered in the pick 5. So 7-4-5, throw in some 3s and 10s if you're playing tries and supers. Best of luck. Like Dave said, 11:15 first post tomorrow. If you're coming out, doors at 10:30. Free PPs available after 6:30 tonight. FingerLakesGaming.com, courtesy of our friends at Equibase. Pick 6 carryover automatically. Pick 5 carries if the 4, 8, 9, or 10 win the finale. Best of luck in the finale, and we will see you mañana in the morning. The field for race 8's out on the track. The 1 is Clifton Punch with Donovan Miller. Scratch the 1A Tasty Wave. Scratch the 2 Bad Connection. The 3 is Let's Maga with Kevin Navarro looking for his 3rd win on the afternoon. The 4 is Super Slide with John Davila Jr. The 5 is Investment Grade. Anthony Rodriguez is in the saddle. The 6 is Make a Joyful Noise. Emmanuel De Diego looks for a riding double. The 7 is Lady Quinn with Cabracoa. The 8 is Central Capital. Heeman Harkey looks for 2 on the day. The 10 is La Cafetera with Dalton Brown. And the 9 is Ramon with Jackie Davis. You have about 2 minutes to post for race 8. Best of luck in the finale. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 8 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Outside runner La Cafetera loaded into the gate first. Let's Maga to the inside stall. Here's Super Slide. Clifton Punch goes forward. Investment Grade goes in. Make a Joyful Noise is next. They almost got that gate closed to Make a Joyful Noise, and now it's closed. Real good gate crew here at Finger Lakes. In goes Lady Quinn. Big long shot. Central Capitals next. And the last to load with La Cafetera already in the gate is Ramon. Don't forget, 11:15 first post tomorrow here as we try to beat the heat at Finger Lakes. Free PPs over at fingerlakesgaming.com, courtesy of Equibase. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Finger Lakes finale. Investment Grade right to the lead. Along the insides, Let's Maga. And now splitting mares is Super Slide. To the outside, the favorite Lady Quinn settles into fourth, about a length and a half from the front. Then we come back to Ramon, who was just passed by Make a Joyful Noise. To their inside is Clifton Punch. The two back markers are Central Capital and La Cafetera. Let's Maga battling it out with Super Slide. 22-4 the opening quarter. Investment Grade under a ride in third. 4 wide. Lady Quinn's ready to roll. Lady Quinn and K. Barcoa just ready to pounce on the leaders. They're 4 across the track, now 3 across the track. Let's Maga, Super Slide, and Lady Quinn as they come off the turn and into the stretch. Let's Maga's still there. Let's Maga through a 47.5. Up the inside, make a joyful noise. Down the center, Lady Quinn has every chance and just took the lead away from Let's Maga right at the 8th pole. It's Lady Quinn starting to edge away here. The battle's for second. Can Let's Maga hold off, make a joyful noise? That's the battle. The war's over. Lady Quinn won it. Then it was Make a Joyful Noise. Over Let's Maga. Investment Grade rounds out the Super. 106-4, the final time for the final race of the day here at Finger Lakes. Number 7, Lady Quinn was first. It's a photo for second. Number 6, Make a Joyful Noise was second. 3, Let's Maga third. 5, Investment Grade fourth. 7-6-3-5 in race 8. Returning to the winner's circle is the number 7, Lady Quinn. The 4-year-old daughter of Central Banker. Out of the Pleasant Tap mare, Wrigley Ivy is a New York bred. Lady Quinn is owned and trained by Michael Anthony Ferraro. His second training win of the day, and he teamed up for both of those wins with leading jockey Cabracoa. $2 double, 2-7, 57.50. $2 exact to 7-6, 16.80. 50-cent try, 7-6-3, $11.70. 10-cent super, 7-6-3-5, $11.22. 50-cent pick 3, 827, $93, 37 cents. 50-cent pick 4, 2827, $941 even. 50-cent pick 5, 62827, $2,992.50. Nobody picked 6 today. 5 of 6, $230.75. There will be a pick 6 carryover. Tomorrow's card, $14 shy of $8,000. Please remember, folks, special first post tomorrow. Try to beat the heat. 11:15 first post tomorrow. Doors here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack open at 10:30. Until then, live racing is finished for this afternoon. Casino stays open until 4 a.m. Thanks for joining us today. On behalf of the broadcast team, staff and management here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, I'm your track announcer, the Big A, Anthony Stabile. Racing resumes tomorrow, 8-race card, almost an $8,000 pick 6 carryover. Action starts at 11:15 a.m. Until then, please arrive home. Wherever you're going safely, stay cool, and have a great night.